Meowdy, konnichiwa, Krola, hello! Man, I just realized I have an intro voice now. Oh my god. I'm so aware of this now. But yes, hello. Honestly, I kind of... Good morning?! What do you mean, good morning?! I don't think I could even say it's morning in any of the times... This feels like an attack. I'm gonna drink my tea angrily. Angry tea. It's morning. Thank you for the raid. Morning tea? No, it's not. Morning is just a frame of mind, clearly. You want to know about Kazuma? We all want to know what he's planning. It's morning somewhere in the world. Why was he here? Oh, you know. Vibin'. Aliven'. It's morning tea. It might be if, you know, twists happen. I expect them to happen. Things were going way too smoothly. Because, Kazuma's kind of helping us. I think he believes in us, and that's actually scary, given the last prosecutor who believed in us. Oh yeah, he was a lot... We knew about it for about a case and a half now, I think? Something like that. But, yeah, turns out, getting conked on the head, doesn't necessarily kill you, especially if it doesn't leave a mark on your body. Funny how that works. And yeah, he is in fact alive. And someone in chat recognized his model because of his lips, and I will never ever forget that. And it's just really funny that that's how they figured it out. Does make me evil? I don't know what you're talking about. Detective lips, Oh yeah, the VOD should be up now. Ooh. Oh yeah, I have those links in here. You figured it out from his lips, I was already just spoiled. Oh, does the Russian ballerina know?
Also,
no!
Yesterday was my sub-monthsary.
Oh shoot, happy monthsary. Wow, that's a weird word to say. Thank you for the 4 months, cryogenic. But yeah, no, we never told the Russian ballerina. I don't know if she ever comes back, but I think she just lives with the guilt that she killed the guy for the rest of her life. Even though that's not what happened. We're so good at telling kids, traumatizing news. Definitely. Hey, has anyone heard from Iris's dad? Anyway. Let's go back into it. Oh, yeah, I think I was originally gonna make that something else, since it was like a placeholder for sub stuff, but then squeaky, so I just kept it. I will eventually go back to making more alerts. Oops. Animating's hard and time consuming. But yeah, hello. You want a squeaky redemption? Well, mayhap. If I remember. You might have to remind me for like a couple of streams for me to remember. But regardless, a hat redemption. It's just gonna be like a copy, like PNG stock photo hat. You'll make your squeaky announcement more interesting. Okay, and all that works. You know what? Yeah, let's just jump right back in. I'm sure that nothing will go wrong. I'd knock on wood, but like, let's be real. No, stop! I haven't brought up Trigun for like, how many streams now? Come on. Now in my day-to-day, Doop, 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 doop. We don't need to talk about my actual day-to-day, though. Hey, did you know that the Trigun exhibition is coming up and they have cool merch? Anyway, wow, the inspector and the identification revisited! That's so weird! Look, he's got a weird mark on his neck! Ah! Was probably wearing a wig or something! Whoa! I believe I read this last time! Oh, the Red-Headed League involved a pawnbroker named Jabez Wilson. Interesting. I wonder if that name will pop up. There's no way that they thought that far ahead with the Wilson thing, because, like, Wilson was supposed to be Watson, right? Let's see. Why do you think it's not this guy? So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There's no need to let your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, non? Because I have never before seen lips like this. I mean, at this point, I'm pretty sure that, like, this guy just used a lot of lip filler. Or found a bee. You know? Cause, like, what is it? I'm still hung up on this picture of being like, wow, no distinctive facial features. So weird. Also, his hair is curled literally the same way. It's this guy, but he found a wasp's nest. I don't know. Nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu! With your words, it is like you try to wring my neck! It's so bad. Why do they have accents? We don't kink shame here? I'm gonna kink inquire why. Does look very much like my neck, though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. Aye, they broke the mold when they made me. For the first time in my life, I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. I was bullied all my life, but at least I don't have lips like yours. Dang. I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est ça. I swear it by the flames of my hair. So, fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it? Hold it! Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either. And we all know that we identify people by their lips around here. I don't like that this has become relevant, actually. That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me wanna eat. How did Fabian call it an eclair? You know, I've never seen the air as black as yours before either. Was the creepy cloaked guy in Van Zeek's vampire room Cosma? Yes. Yeah, and I guess you didn't also hear that. I actually knew about it since game 1 because I accidentally spoiled myself. Don't listen to the soundtrack of games you haven't played. You might just bump into a leitmotif. Oops. Also, don't draw emotes because then you'll just find spoilers. Man. Sometimes you just get taken out by a cat, I guess. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe he's a national trait, huh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have the grand lips. Hey lad, I was born right here on Fresno Street. I've never left. Oh, that is the problem, see? So, you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. Don't listen to the soundtrack included in a demo. Yeah, just never do that. You spoiled yourself on Gregson. I'm like, oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's entirely valid. Cause like, here's the thing. I wasn't expecting to play this game at like, well, maybe like eventually, and by that point maybe I would have forgotten. But like, the music's really good. Wow, I wonder why you don't win. Fun fact, I was spoiled on that too. Well, you're talking about Firestar, which I'm not going to say out loud because in case, you know, people do want to play the critically acclaimed MMORPG. Anyway, yeah, no, here's the thing. I was spoiled by Square Enix. Because I was buying the game on their website, and you know what was on the front page of their website? For their storefront, where you buy the game? It was a figure of the character. Unmasked, revealed, spoilered. And I'm sitting there going, oh, That's who this guy is, because at that point, I had gotten to that point in the story. Because, oh, no, this was before then, because I was playing when the free trial was up to Heavensward. So, like, I just saw this and went, well, that's neat. Yeah, it just spoiled me on the freaking page. I was going to buy the game like a good customer. Like, because it was on sale. So I went to the, you know. Yeah, achievement spoilers too, man. So it's just, you have to reframe your mind around spoilers sometimes to stay sane in this economy. In this spoiler economy. It's okay. They had a very, very heartfelt reunion, and honestly, they should have held hands or hugged or something. Like, the tension. Anyway, if you want to look up that cutscene, like, it is good. Okay. Now, how many times do you want me to say it, huh? They absolutely should have.
Hold it!
So, you'd heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. Sold that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got Sandwich to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? Nose? Anyway. But as you can see, my own hair's not got a bit of red in it. A hint of red in it. There was a wig! And in any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely. Have you seen this man and his lips before?
Excuse me.
It sounds like you've seen this man and his lips before. Mr. de Rousseau. Oui. Okay, can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? A lineup, but it's only lips. Listen, chat's just gonna pinpoint every single person, clearly. It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip, with a housing agent. He had some kind of contract in his hand and they were clearly discussing terms. No, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, mate, like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face. But you have such distinctive facial features. No, the couple is right, I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? Like I said, that wasn't me. Oh, there's no ad. Oh, awesome. I genuinely had no idea. I thought that YouTube just kind of willy-nilly placed it on there if you aren't a partner. Well, that's nice to know. Okay. In the event, if I do end up becoming partnered, I have to go back through all of those then and turn them off. Oof. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. Hugh Boone, Hugh Boone, Hugh Boone, Hugh Boone. What name was written, Mr. Gossip? No, there's a man, he lies! He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone, huh? It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? Wow. It's all coming together. Oh, it's still going too smoothly. Oh, shoot, wait, no. No! Kazumanu. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street. And that's that. I don't much like folks talking about my personal life. Yeah, that was real fast. We didn't even have to object or prove anything. That's... This is really... Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. But Judge Father Christmas, okay. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court. No! Assuming no objections, I object. Thank you. I don't even have to say anything because, like, Nunosuke just knows, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Oh, good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. We're on the same side! Oh my god, he's going to get so framed for murder in the last case. Let's be real. Yeah, we have proof though. Like, Hugh Boone is just, like, in our... Hugh Boone is evidence now. Somewhere. Somewhere in here. Where is it? One of these has it. Is it you? No. Where does it say? Oh, does it say in here? Wait, where is it listed? Oh no, where's Hugh Boone? I've lost him. Uh-oh. I mean, as long as we just need to mention that it was brought up, right? Right. Hopefully I don't have to look for evidence. He disguised himself as a piece of evidence. He's the candelabrum! Well, I never. In what capacity? Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. That's so suspicious. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Cosmo's just so angry. Well, all right. I suppose that might be the case. Your wife is gonna be so mad at you for lying to her for 10 years about your profession, by the way. So, your real name is, Hugh Boone. Huge bone. I don't know. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me own trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. Ah, remember now, there were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Why, if either of us is a vulgar, it's not me. Think again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? Well, it's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned, no fuss. Is it because you're lying to your wife for, the past 10 years about your profession? Anyway, you will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. Cosmo's gonna stab him. I rent the room where that fellow was found, it's true, but for what difference it makes? What can I do with that? Can I just point out that it's just this guy? Anyway, I can't. I know I can't. Hey, look, it's... Okay. I wish I could just be like, look, it's your wife. Let me see if I can get anything extra from this. So, you live in that room. You live in that room, presumably, do you? No, I don't live there. What do you think? There's no bed, is there? Just a desk. Then, why would you want to rent it? Because it's the Reaper's base of operation. Anyway. I don't think I should have to say, really. Then how about the notice board in there? which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have had access to.
No, that board's not mine. It's just not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and the chair and that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room?
Well, obviously I'm not the faintest idea.
What a not suspicious bit of silence right there.
I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
I seems to... the second typo.
It seems to me that Mr. Gossip, sorry, Mr. Boone, would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason.
Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally going to undo this man. Control Z. Oh! Well, can I actually show him the picture of his wife now?
Objection.
I can! Your wife is gonna be so mad at you. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it. Well, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. It was in the room, yeah. You know, for someone who's trying to disguise his, identity, maybe taking a picture of his wife is probably not the best call. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Well...
Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know what you mean. I'm peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection.
How can you be so sure? His lips! Just look at the man! No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection. Unless...
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed, and I'm apparently a connoisseur of lips. Oh, please don't quote that. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then, hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, persona, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Or should I say, Mr. Vigil?
Good witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court? Stop it! Why do all of you do this?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be...
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. Inspector Gregson! No, I just want him to still be alive. It's not. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
It's himself! No, it's this guy.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
I don't recall that name, counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil?
Mrs. Vigil just kind of like, oh, you've gotta be. Isekai lady's having a conniption. It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. Because you committed a murder! But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we'd been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
Now, just you hold on a moment. I don't have the first idea
what I'm talking about. Really? What if I told your wife that you said that? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. We're giving him a bath. Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Well, they are good at that. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Ah! No, not the water!
Stop! Get off! Don't!
Incredible. They gave him a bath. That was just taped on there? How did that stay on so well? Like... Huh. Weehaw.
Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume.
Water-soluble glue? Maybe. I feel like at that point, like, because their lips... Oh, he got a new outfit, too! They had one prepared for him! But, like, if it's, like, on his lips, like, saliva would eventually just eat through that. Pretty quickly, right? Huh. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. Oh, don't do it so sassily. Yeah, I would assume you had to reapply it.
It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. Where did he get that suit from? This has all been a very elaborate deception. I have so much perjury to deal with later. So witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See? There is no question. These are the inspector we saw in the park.
Extraordinary. Identity theft. Again.
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you, disguised as the inspector. Or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing, peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. Alright, time for the sob story. Gorilla glue and they just ripped it off. Ooh.
I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this.
Are you about to start JoJo posing at me?
Yes, it's true. I am daily vigil.
And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. 10 years ago. It always comes back to 10 years ago. So, where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from?
Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented.
This is Ace Attorney 1. Are they not abruptly JoJo posing when you least expect it? At that point, then, we should be expecting it.
Well, evidently, there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become.
Okay, buddy.
As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street.
But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her.
That's such... No! Tell her!
I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street.
The scene of the very crime we're investigating.
Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine.
I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room. But that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? Oh wow, 1 followed by a 20. Wild.
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons.
You have 2 sons?
And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them.
Holy. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them. What happens if you just don't earn enough money to support them at that point?
Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything.
Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison.
Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
So what crimes have you committed?
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson.
Oh, you were an informant, weren't you? Okay, never mind. A little less, crime and... Okay. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth?
It was some years after I'd invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector, that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say that the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
And actually saw through your disguise when nobody else could?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity.
Man, Gregson was such a good guy.
And one day, he asked me if I would carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? It's a secret. I was too. What is that? Oh, is he spinning his arms like a clock because he's the daily vigil? Because time and stuff? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orksy tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. Oh my god! Gregson did that so that, like, he could go and investigate the Reaper or Professor case, huh? I see. Ara. A straight one this time. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Ah, I see that the hands on this clock are now pointing at, I don't know. What would you say? I'd say like 255? 250? Shorter arm? I don't know. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. He's a detective, not a deceptive. That, as I'm not sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. Well, you can't exactly prosecute him now he's dead. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now, remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if, well, if I end up Oh no! You did the one thing he told you not to do! How dare you! He knew he could die. No, Gregson! In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. I do believe this. I really do believe him, actually. Now here's the wrinkle. Who killed him? It can't have been this guy. Who did it? They're still gonna say it's Van Zeeks! Oh no! Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Yeah, exactly. I knew it. They're just gonna go back to blaming Van Zeeks. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Osogi. My, learned friend's assertion was as follows. Oh, he's just being a little shit. Okay. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. Oh, buddy, you really tried. But no, that can't be. Oh, stop slapping the table, you're not going to win. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me.
Oh, goodness.
He's doing the Edgeworth thing. Like I said, Van Zeeks is Edgeworth, and also so is he. They're both Edgeworth. Finally we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Devens, for proving it.
it's probably not defense. I don't know. His delicate hands doing the little no, even me tapping my desk is like way more of a sound than what that guy did. That's so sad. How do you even do that without it actually making a I don't know.
Order! Order! Order!
You just want to punch him? Punch the tall guy? It's okay. He already broke down when he talked about how he accidentally kidnapped and imprisoned somebody. You know, as one does. Apparently.
Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
But why was he murdered in your house? Huh? Wait, what? 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 This is so backwards. We accidentally helped the prosecution and now he's helping the defense. This is the weirdest freaking case. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma?
What question, counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. Oh, yep. Yeah, this is his agenda.
10 years ago?
Haha, oh boy. The execution of the professor. Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was.
Oh.
Answer me, man!
One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case?
We can make it related. I will back you up, buddy. I will help you. Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Please let me help him.
Does the defense concur, counsel?
Yes. Kazuma. You're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected. He has not been calm this entire trial. He has yelled so much.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments. His own father.
I know. I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I believe it, because I think that's what he was investigating. I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
Oh, I see. Do you have some history or something? Anyway, in that case, you will answer the question, witness.
Isn't this like a state secret? Crying. Well, they can't fire me anymore. I'm already out of the job.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time.
You've forgotten?
I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely
Were you drugged? Well, that's not good. It was a cover-up.
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job.
Yeah, my memory is terrible, but like, I feel like if it was something that cost me the livelihood and sent me into like a terrible spiral of kind of criminal activity, in cahoots with the inspector, I think I would remember the reason. A little bit, possibly. Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. Oh yeah, didn't we have like a... He was working on that case specifically. Isn't this the... Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132. I do not know what clause that is. Here it is. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Yeah. He was drugged, I guess. Or he was comped on the head. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Oh, or he just repressed the memory.
Sorry, the human spirit?
I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean.
When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't. Kazuma-sama.
But if it must be crushed, then so be it. Because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Well, or they'll just set on fire and ignite, I guess. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth, at any cost. It's his villain arc. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence, or not? I want to help my boy! I really want to help. I know he's going down a villain arc. I know that he's like having a crisis, and this is probably not... I'm enabling him. But also, he's had our back, and we need to have his. I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to take a look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of the events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago.
Well, yes?
In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition.
Well, yes, of course. Why?
Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before?
No, I don't.
This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. A dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil.
What?
Oh, buddy, stop slapping it! It's not gonna work! Your hands are too delicate!
It's mine! Hello.
So, you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay.
No, there's been some mistake, I'm sure.
Oh, but, well, I think that was a little harder this time.
I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. It isn't it.
If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you did something. Vigil's not being sus, he's just dealing with repressed memories. Because it was incredibly too traumatizing. Or he was drugged, it could be both. You think he gets bruises when he smacks his stand? Honestly, he's gonna get bruises by the end of the day from that. Because how many times has he slapped it? And it just made that pathetic noise. I could just tap my desk and just... Like, it's not that hard, man. And I have noodle limbs. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June? What was that? The professor's execution. Professor... As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, ostensibly executed earlier that day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Also, it just hit me that the reason that V is not up before 17th June is because in Europe it's flipped, isn't it? You say June 17th, but you put the date first. That's the reason. Oh my god. Oh god, he's becoming a werewolf. Mr. Vigil? I just didn't realize they did that when listing out like the name of the month fully. I knew that they did that like with the actual like number date thing there. Yes, the whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? There was a cover-up. Order! Aren't these state secrets? Good thing it's a closed trial. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? I'm sorry, what is happening with that cursed format? Year over 2? My head, it's filled with cursed ways to list the date. Oh no! It's so painful! Why are they introducing algebra into it? I can't handle that! It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh no. The screams? Did anybody else die? I'm sorry, did you just year, month, day, year me? What is that? To the power of 2? Next, you're gonna be introducing sine, cosine, and tangent into this, and they have no place being here. They're not allowed here. Who is this Morbius person? Well, you know. Oh, am I not allowed to, like, open my eyes really wide anymore? Oh, I have to, like, stretch my face for that to work. Okay. Noted, noted, noted. Solve for X. X is the date. Also, I am actually holding here just because that's the reason I'm holding here. I have no power to snooze it this time. I really wanted to, but, time to take a break, everybody. I will be right back. Hopefully this guy won't... He gets to have some time to deal with the screams. It's fine. I'm sure he'll be fine. Differentials? Oh god, I don't remember math. Don't make me do math. I can't do it anymore. I'll be back. What, it blipped? What? What the? What? Apparently it blipped in the middle of the break. Amazing. Loving when that happens. Beautiful. I think the reason that the command broke, either it's because I accidentally set it to only I could do it, which shouldn't be the case. Oh, that's why. It's because it's not connected. That's fun. Okay, it should be working now. Right? Please? Oh my god, do I have to restart it? No. Why would you? No. Why? What? Oh my god, I have to restart. Wait. How do I refresh this? No, mix it up, come back! I'm sorry! Okay, I have to restart it. Yes, save my settings and shut down. I think this is Mix It Up telling me that I really need to update it because I've been ignoring the update for the past like 3 streams. I think that's what it's telling me right now. Oops. A little awkward. Why didn't I update it? Because I didn't want everything to break right before a stream in case it like changed things. And then I forget to update it when I'm not streaming. So that's kind of what happened there. Okay, let me try that again. Hey, look, chat's back! So weird. I refreshed it. Don't worry about chat disappearing for a second. There we go. There we go. You're back. How's it going? I got the duct tape off of you. Don't worry. I could still hear you in the void. Anyway, how were the screams? It seems like you went to where this guy went. Is that working? Probably. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, my goodness.
The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Oh god, No! Yes, Enoch Drebber.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
We buried someone alive. Oh, there were traces at the scene.
Traces of what? Of what? You gotta say it!
In Lowgate Cemetery at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. Sorry, why are there X's and O's? Oh, Paper Mario calendar. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man? Blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, you helped him?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is... He's spinning faster now, right? Uh-oh. It's coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was... Oh god, he's spinning faster! I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. He's about to take off. Yeah, apparently. Well, back to this one.
Sorry, Daly, but this is serious business, but I cannot help, you know. As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of Hor, huh?
That was so bad.
Well, seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You'd better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
Oh, and he's spinning. Oh no, I have to reconnect that too! Dang it, everything broke! Don't you log me out. How dare you? There we go. It's fine now, everything's fine now. Okay. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, A professor. The most hated killer in our country's history. Did he jump out the window? And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Oh my god, he jumped out the window! Wait, no. Maybe he didn't? Oh, well, he died. Uh-oh. Oval? Oval? I don't know how to German that. You know, like... Question mark?
Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once!
I can't believe we killed him. Psychic attack! I missed one? Oh, I did. Oh. Oh. And then how would I don't know how to do German, you know this! Great, now I'm gonna get taken out. Ask Kelsey to do it! You just want to see me suffer. I see how it is.
So,
Oh,
as the vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day.
voice acting jump scare.
Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past.
Let's be real, Wilson's probably tied up in there, and a scene is also tied up in there. Everything is connected to that case from 10 years ago.
But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
The judge pipes up. Wait, how is this relevant again? If he asks us how it's relevant, I don't know if we have a way. I know it's relevant, but because I'm pretty sure he was investigating the professor case, so that's always, it's always related, I think, possibly. Everything ties back to the professor eventually. Can we say hi to Kazuma, please? Where is he staying, even? Huh. Actually, where is he staying? Because, we have the stipend, since we were officially recognized as the travel abroad student. How is he... I'm sure he's fine, but... I still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned.
Probably in Van Zeeks? Maybe.
And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. Kazuma might have gone a little bit too far, yeah. I think that's what this is supposed to show, that he's stepping too far. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. Sheesh. Alright. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family. Not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark? I wonder.
Bruno!
Iris!
You were miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Iris was... nothing happened with her dad. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just gonna repress it in my own mind now. Do you happen to know where, Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave."
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death.
Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved.
Always saying? I don't think I've ever heard him say that.
But the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That is so true, bestie.
But that's what I like about Hurley after all.
I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways.
So then,
Something should never be solved, like where your dad is.
let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. I have a gun!
Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
So did you hide it? Is it still on the chair? I thought you hid it. It's right here. This is Mr. Sholmes' famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A shody something?
Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. It's a world-famous Stradivarius.
What?
Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhodo.
Stradivor.
Are you even trying now?
We'll come back to this another time, I think. Alright, well, unfortunate. Is there anything else new here? I don't think so. In that case, let's have a chat. A shogi various. A shogi virus.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zeeks definitely didn't do it.
Goody!
Although we did kind of full circle, he's the only suspect again. So, we kind of done goofed ourselves. We played ourselves.
Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma.
Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. It's as if he's become a prosecutor from modern day named Miles Edgeworth. He's even acting like him.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, it was like a bloodhound. Ironic. The way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zeeks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
Huh. That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zeeks, though, aren't there? Kazuma's suit swaps Edward's colors. It does look really nice, though. I'll give it that.
Do you mean...
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then, why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
He was going to go to France. We need to go to France! I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi.
Me too! That's what it sounded like!
Oh my! Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris!
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Wow, you should be a writer with that one.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right, to ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Saint Sinners? Again?
Ah, it's Saint Sinners.
Of course. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. That's a good one.
But that's amazing, Bruno! You found the lady's husband already!
Well, I suppose I have, by accident. Just like the guy got kidnapped by accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to go up.
There's more for 10 years after that. Well, he was ostensibly working as a peddler. He also had another secret job. We are just here discussing tea. This is no longer drinking tea, this is talking tea. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ugh, Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
But I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has ties to the professor, and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to Saint Sinners, then.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let us investigate, my dear fellows!
Aww.
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today.
She's also talking like Sholmes. It's actually really cute.
If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon...
What does that mean?
Will set them straight.
That water pistol? It says shooting iron. Okay.
A stuff full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. Bullets! Then I'm quite sure it will be very effective.
I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes!
Alrighty, let's move on. Can we find Kazuma? Maybe he's here. I'm hunting him down. Is he here? He is! Kazuma, wanna chat over some tea, please? No argument, Prosecutor Asugi. No, no argument. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Oh, he's not gonna comply. He's absolutely not going to comply with that. Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. Well, he never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord. Can we? Yay, hi! Kazuma. No! Come back! He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? Well, looking for him, but we might have another reason to be here. Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently, 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42. 43.
And then we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous, not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Oh god, yeah. I don't really stub my toe on everything I've banged my knee on, like every corner, though. That's always a fun one. Does Prosecutor Asuki believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper? I wish we could have asked him that ourselves. I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. Wow, and wouldn't you believe that you would have a motivation to get the guy, you know, murdered despite being acquitted? It's so wild. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Rock slide? Did they go through with the DM threat? Rocks fall and everyone dies? Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. Why would they immediately pin that on him? If, like, the first one, I could see it, like, after it being a pattern, like, you know, 2 or 3 accidental deaths of people who were acquitted in his cases. I can see that being investigated. But the first one? Why would they think it was murder? So, he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper.
That's a long run of coincidences. Yeah, I wonder who's responsible.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. You know, I know that someone last time said that everyone but Ryunosuke is playing on New Game Plus, and it really does feel like it here. Because Sato being like, I know it was you, bitch! And him being like, oh, I know you know that it was me. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors, the trial of Genshin Asuki. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
Well, yes. Yes and no. Not against Van Zieks, but yes but no.
They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Oh yeah, he does, and I'm gonna support the heck out of him. Kazuma is? I like my organization to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe.
Ah, no, not the 16-bit birds.
As for the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. God, the maintenance on that clock must be hell. Especially with the birds living here. I feel like cogs are probably out of step. Just saying. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, anyone who calls their whole plan a machine and the people involved to be cogs, come on. He's such a villain. I will be forced to take steps. He's gonna kill him! Or frame him! Probably frame him. How have we not caught on that this guy is... Must take a lot of time. Time to get a watch, am I right? He has one. Anyway, this guy is very boldly sus. Because no one can catch him on it, I guess. What do you mean? Not something with which you need to concern yourself.
That's a threat!
This is so... Okay. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Are you going to frame Kazuma at tomorrow's trial? Is that what you're gonna do? I feel like that's what you're going to do. Hey Kazuma, I think you're in danger. Now I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
Oh my, that is a long time.
And I hold you we were only responsible for the last 5 minutes. Hold you entirely responsible, even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. This guy's unreasonable. I wonder if you might agree. To us, talking with Prosecutor Asugi. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
Yay! We can talk to him! Oh, this is gonna be a bad conversation. Oh, thank you. I guess you're his keeper. I don't like that.
Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. We're going immediately. Where? Here. Oh, he really is just in Van Zeke's office, huh? Guess so. Oh, they changed the thing on the table. They made a little miniature for the scene. That's really cute, honestly. But also, like... Huh. So, this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it?
Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in that dark corner. Next to the wine.
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
Also, there's still bats here. Wait, where is he? Well, it looks like our journey here was wasted. Prosecutor appears to be out.
Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first?
Dang it! Well, fine then. I'll talk to him later. Wait, don't we have Iris with us? She has not piped up this whole time. Anyway, hi Van Zeeks. So, how's it going? What you reading?
Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Oh, he has. What do you Nipponese want? Well, that's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Ugh. Perhaps not. Huh? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeeks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. You just... Oh man, Yunosuke looking like a dejected puppy. Oh, buddy. It's sardonic, don't you think? Oh yeah, he just has organs in his pocket or something. For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. It's retribution, having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? So he knows? Okay. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization?
13. Anyway, it's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. Well, orchestrated, yes, by one person, but not the person who did every single murder. I'm going to assume it was the forensic investigation team that Strongheart came up with. Like, it has to be. The leader was named Scythe! Come on! No. The Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I've finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Gregson? Tobias Gregson. I think he was just investigating the Reaper cases because he doesn't believe that Van Zieks did it. I really do believe that that's the case. But I guess in case 1, it really showed how under Strongheart's thumb he was, but I really don't think he did it.
No! No!
Gregson, the Reaper? I've connected the dots. You didn't connect shit! Okay. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Grexy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the No, he wasn't! He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. Wait. I'm suddenly scared. Wait. What were the names in that Morse code again? It was Sheen, Gregson, Kazuma, and was there another? Wilson. You don't think... No. Mikotoba was not on there, it was Wilson. But like, it's just 3 of those names, like we know, and like there are like things going on underneath, but like Sheen is the most out of pocket one. And she was very, very murder happy and very I can get away with anything. If she was acting as, because she was an expert on like poisons and stuff, right? She was an expert at murder. There's no shot that... I really, really hope that this crack theory I came up with is wrong. Assassin... That's the pun! Yeah, assassin. She's an assassin. Oh no. Oh no. I'm suddenly really nervous for Kazuma, because he was on that list. Oh, please just let that have been a hit list. Please just let that have been a hit list of people who were connected to the Reaper and or Professor case, rather than that being the actual organization that was the I really, really, really hope. Okay, let's see. I'd rather him be in danger than be evil, because at least one of them I can save him, and the other one I don't know what I would do. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Kazuma knows that. Kazuma knew that. He kept saying that it was the Reaper's headquarters. Oh, I'm so nervous. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. I'm just gonna turn on my frown. Oh boy. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. You do what?
Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Oh. If I can name the woman.
It's Sheen. Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Assassin. Oh man, I don't like that it's all coming together. Please have it unravel. Stop coming together. Stop it. Wait, what?
Sheen.
Miss Assassin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. Oh, this better stop coming together. No. Don't let Cosmo be part of this. Also, Wilson! Iris is— oh god, this is why Iris is here, so she can get traumatized too. Come on! She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh no. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey. She would have escaped it if she went back to Britain, though, because if she was under the thumb of Strongheart, who I still believe was the orchestrator, then yeah, she would have gotten away with it.
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. Why can't we tell Iris? The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father.
Huh? Got something to tell me? Is it something you've been keeping from me for 2 games?
Anyway. Assassin.
I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree. Oh boy. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asugi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father, Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. Do you want to talk about your brother that way? But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and an upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? Oh, buddy. Everyone is so traumatized. In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life. How did that happen? Oh boy. It was 10 years ago. Always 10 years ago! On a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us!
Oh man, I can't believe Cosima inherited the headband blowing in the wind thing. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Side thing, is that a lost dog poster behind him? Does that have to do with the Hound of the Baskervilles? Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. A room for... Oh, that is really dark. I can't actually see. Also, there's a very prominent ring that, Asugi has on his hand. You think that's gonna come into... It's gonna come into play somehow? A ring, okay. There's a red ring on him. Noted. It's poster stage left. Yeah, it's genuinely just too obscured in shadow for me to read. I trust you guys that you can see it, though. I've been targeted several times before already.
It's Van Zieks alright, we got him!
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come... If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asugi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. Oh, don't worry. The traumatizing of Iris will probably happen at some point in this case. Or the next one, I don't know.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper. Giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information.
No, it's not new information! We intercepted that Morse code. I think they know! And that's terrifying! Maybe it was a double thing. Maybe it's like, this is the suspected bunch, but in actuality, they were trying to dismantle it or something. Actually, except for Assassin over there, she's sus.
Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Oh, you look a lot like my friend Wilson. Anyway. Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Just imagine Imagine though if we go to Mikotoba and then he just immediately like reveals that that her dad is dead when we had been keeping it from her for so long. He just offhandedly goes, "Oh, Wilson. I had a friend named Wilson once." Do you have anything else to talk about? Nope. We could go back here. I'll go there last because I don't know if he's back yet. We probably have to... Let's go here. Would you like another child? Yeah, apparently. That's what's happening.
I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so... princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same thing tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure. It's young Iris! Okay, anyway.
Ah, Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady, and you are. Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, are you? And a doctor at 10?
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. Oh, he's not saying it then. He was friends with Wilson. Let's not snuff out that light. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. Figuratively, right? Figuratively, right? And I must say it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really? How did you read my thoughts? Yeah, he's no judge, but he could probably do some damage. You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's, very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? You also got interrupted, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? We're not allowed to know. Wonder where Judge Chikoku has got to. Twisting arms, maybe. Fighting, maybe. I believe that. Okay. Although, I feel like, speaking of interruptions, I think we're about to get interrupted real soon. Possibly. Okay, I've checked my posture. Let me go and sit like a gremlin instead of like a normal person. I was sitting like a normal person, and now I'm not. Take that, Trix. This is a targeted attack now. I have finished my tea. That's very sad. Oh, what's gonna happen to the VOD with the blip during ad break? I have no idea. Well, here's the thing. The VOD itself should be fine. Because, apparently there's a setting in Twitch where if, like, the internet cuts out for a little bit, it'll connect the VODs together. Theoretically? Theoretically. It should be in one. Possibly. Hopefully. We'll find out! Anyway, I'm gonna get some more water. The judge is with the other judge, and they're just drinking their sorrows away of why there's so much perjury! They're like, why? Why do they keep lying? This one just changed his appearance entirely! He taped a lip to his lip! So you know. Yeah, so theoretically it should be okay. I shall return though. Don't worry. The reverse posture check will be fixed. Be right back. Oh, hot take? Are there hot takes being had? Huh. I don't know if that's necessarily a hot take. I've heard that it's actually like decent in terms of like story and stuff. It's just the this certainly does have physics that make me uncomfortable. Let's talk to Dad. What kind of games do I usually play? Kind of whatever piques my curiosity, honestly. Cause like, and I guess I gravitate more towards ones with like story that I can like read over and stuff. Do I know what I'm playing after this? No idea. I'll figure it out.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
Finish Legends Arceus. We'll see. Me and Grandma. No, I don't play ranked in Marvel Rivals. I am not touching that cesspool of toxicity. I just play. Occasionally. I will say, I started playing Winter Soldier, and the again chain is really, really, really satisfying. Like, the rush of dopamine. It's kind of beautiful. Anyway, that's beside the point. Armed and dangerous again! Again! Sounds like Grandmaster. I was literally playing in a bot match because a friend was playing for the first time. So that's the reason I managed to pull that off. That is the only reason I managed to pull it off. Fun fact, you can use it when Jeff ults like just avoid it and then immediately free everybody. Beside the point. Entirely beside the point. Hey, wow! I've heard rumors. Again! Sorry. I know that sets people's fight or flight off. It sets my fight or flight off too. You learn Groot tech. Ayo, nice, nice. It's fun. You can block the spawn doors with a wall. Oh my god, that's hilarious. You just want to watch me like, oh man, I'm either decent or really bad. There's no in between. I can do that on some in between or something. Well, we'll see.
Well, I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday.
That's totally fair. Too addicted to Stardew? That's honestly valid. Entirely fair. Avoid the toxicity. With an eldritch being, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't play games with Kirby.
Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home. But what if the professor and the Reaper are the same individual orchestrating it? Because they were going after quote-unquote corrupt individuals, and then they went after someone who was investigating it, and was about to uncover who actually did all the murdering. Ah! Anyway. Yeah, Kirby's an eldritch being, you know, as one does. Give him some cake, you'll be fine. Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zeeks was in the dock today. That was Barak, the younger brother of Clint Van Zeeks, I believe.
That's right. And he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all of those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
We are talking about this in a very public place right now. Someone send help, you can't stop making plans. I'm so sorry, but you are now a plant maker. There is no escaping your fate.
Oh, I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professorial killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact.
I beg your pardon.
Did you say
Assassin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great— No! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, no. This is not the way that we should be telling Iris about this. This is the exact worst way. Okay.
For killing my great friend.
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed! Who was it? Oh
no! Professor Mikoto, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. We're in a public place. It's so weird.
Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson.
And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. I will agree on that particular point. This is not the way she finds out about this. We will tell her in... Hopefully, you know, Sholmes can be there as well for moral support because we did hide it from her and, you know, all that stuff and... Oh, hey, we dodged a bullet.
Are we dodging the bullet?
Oh my god, we're just gonna talk about this without name dropping. Okay. Alright. I've just remembered something. Oh, Susato's gonna bring Iris somewhere else. She won't walk back just in time, right? This is fine. We're gonna get shot for- yeah, we are absolutely gonna get shot by whatever is in that gun.
Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits.
That was rather out of the blue.
Ah, she is doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, well, would you like to come too, Iris?
This seems like an obvious ploy to take me somewhere else so we can avoid this conversation, but okay, you just try to leave me behind.
She's smart. I feel like she would have seen through this. It's a very obvious ploy. Come on.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson. Is she? You haven't told her?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yeah, I know. It's the name of her father, you see.
It was rather out of the blue. I thought we were discussing my dead friend, John Wilson, who is Iris's dad, who is dead, very dead, incredibly so. You know, John H. Wilson got a full name drop right there.
I just... man.
Oh, her father? Oh, okay. Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. It looks like I have to adopt another child now!
But he was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why would the Hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case. But it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
Huh? What do you mean by that? But what is Sholmes without a Watson? Did I say Sholmes unironically? Oh my god, what is a Sherlock Holmes without a Watson? So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all.
Still, why are you acting like this? What is a Sherlock Holmes without a Sherlock Holmes?
Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
Hey! Didn't I make a comment about his outfit looking kind of... I mean, I'm sure that a lot of people just dress this way, but like, it's the hat, you know? Were you? No. And that's what we thought, yes.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. What's a Sholmes without a Wilson? Exactly. Listen, it's all in the hat. It's a very, I don't know, maybe he was the Wilson. Cause like, he's just going, oh, John and Wilson, those are very common names, looks to the side very suspiciously. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, now, and he clearly knows Sholmes. Maybe the real Wilsons were the friends we made along the way. Honestly, maybe you're right.
I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie?
Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Well, time to adopt another child.
I'm just going to assume that that's like, that's his immediate response to seeing, orphan children now. Just, well, you're mine now. So I haven't seen Judge Jikoku for a while, have you?
Guilty!
This is it's a recess. Because the professor case got brought up again, and the guy we were, interrogating, is in the hospital now! Yay! Yay! Yeah, Kazuma's going through his villain arc. That guilty is still ringing in my ears. We waterboarded a dude and tore off his mouth. Well, that's a weird way to say we gave someone a bath. No, now you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. He's probably going out and having some fun adventures. Cut to Jigoku doing, like, Yakuza gameplay. I don't know enough about that game series to make, like, a joke about it. But, like, I don't know. He went off and met up with Majima. That's all I know. Yeah, it was a disguise. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, you'll have gone to explore at the great exhibition. Well, maybe I play it after this series. I don't know. I don't have the games. I might try to play something that I already own first, just to go through my backlog a little bit.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes, it was all tied up with that cursed trial.
The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Marvel Rivals? I mean, I think that just might be a game that I play, like, in between or something. Just cause, like, Google Sheets stream again. Oh, man.
Sei Sou was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness.
What?
Oh, my!
The exact opposite of that guy from earlier trying to slap the witness stand and, like, making the most pathetic little smack.
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh, dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. This judge is my favorite judge now.
Well, it was all alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes, talking of Sei Sou, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Oh god, is it evidence now?
Oh, Ryunosuke looks so scared. Oh, what a lovely picture.
It certainly seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." Oh no, it's evidence now. Why is it evidence? Why is it evidence? Yeah, that judge is tall. No wonder he could break the witness stand in his anger.
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true, bestie.
Why can't it be in color? Well, I mean, color photographs, I think what they did was they actually had someone, like, color the print, right? Like, physically paint it. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. And, like, I know about that, too, because, like, my parents have some old photographs, too, that, like, were actually done in that way. Like, they added, like, little... It's like the old day Photoshop of stuff, you know? Something favor, something.
Well, this, fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany back to Japan.
What? Why? You want me to do...
What?
Are we on a hit list? Uh-oh! Are we on a hit list now?
But father, what's the meaning of this?
You know, weirdly, I don't think that my family has gotten red eyes in photos that often. I don't think that was ever an issue. It was more so just like old photographs, like they were black and white and had to be colored with like either like paint or like pencil or something.
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand.
Ooh, look at that rhyming.
Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
Oh, you mean...
The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact. You could even say it's like, life-threateningly important. Wow.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question you need to get the hell out of Dodge. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
So, he'd be leaving then, Runo?
But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
And also Kazuma!
We need a defense attorney, yesterday, a year ago. Whenever you shouldn't have gotten involved in this case. Oh my god. You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
We're not going! We have one more case after this! Yes. All right.
You won't leave, will you, Runo?
Don't do it! But hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... where does that leave me?
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Assassin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
Assassin? Giselle Brett.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And, give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home? Yeah, we did just kind of leave everyone and everything behind to be smuggled in with Kazuma, huh? Did he have other friends and family there? This is fine. It's definitely not because we're on a hit list now. No. It's not because our lives are in danger or anything, because we're getting close to discovering some truth that was buried 10 years ago. No. It has nothing to do with that. Not at all.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt. Assassin. Of course, it's so obvious. Oh, what? You're here! What? When?
Assassin! Of course, it's so obvious! How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now?
See, this is why we don't talk about this stuff in public. But also, yeah, it's good that he knows. Assassin was the swan. Her name was Giselle Brett, and then the swan's name was Assassin. Obviously.
Peekaboo.
Mr. Sholmes.
Early? Where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. How long have you been listening?
I, didn't notice you at all.
No matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, hi, yes, what? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well... My father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
Huh. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. They know each other! There's no way they don't know each other!
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
Wait, did he see the judge? There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray. But for once, my deduction is awry. Oh. Oh no. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly— Now then! No, he's been right. He just likes screwing with people. Yeah, this did start with Sholmes being like, I need to pay rent. And now it's, oh no, my longtime inspector friend is dead and we have to solve his murder. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Oh, so how long were you listening? Did you hear about Wilson? Did you hear about how Iris's dad is dead? Did you hear about— So, that's what joining us for tea meant. He was joining us for the tea, clearly. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Goodbye! Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes? Did he just wave dashed away?
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Thanks. Thanks, bro. Well, he's letting us live there rent-free, so...
I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once.
What does the note say?
And I'll run and call us a cab straight away.
They also wave-dashed away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Oh, everyone's just okay. Speaking of money, we have to pay it now. Anyway. Are they with me? Can I go do I see Kazuma alone? Is he here now? Does he get to be here now? He is! Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. I'm sorry, why are you looking at his butt? Oh, okay, she did come back.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you.
And I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisaged it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Chikoku. Yes, he does have his memories back. And he's avoiding us. Well, he was. And about what happened with your father. Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Can I present the armband? I missed you. Oh, I can! Kazuma, this is your armband. Oh, I think I've made him sad. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you, or more proud. Kazuma. So, you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. Man! It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain, when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I'd lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. Is he being haunted? What the heck? It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me, relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship, and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Were you already suffering? I don't know, I can't remember. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Huh. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London, on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Can I just ask how you've been? You holding up okay? I don't know. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Runosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. Oh, baby Kazuma! Oh. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my!
Oh, cool. It seems that lying about the circumstances around your other people's fathers' deaths is hereditary. Apparently. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But, nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? Do I want to tell a kid his father was a mass murderer and was executed? You know, you have a point, but like, he was gonna find out. It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogini. Van Zeeks, did you send an anonymous letter to a kid in Japan who had nothing to do with any of this? Are you kidding me? Van Zeeks, really?
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. He just got hate mail. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the close trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. The guy lied to him, so, like, obviously he was not going to tell him about this. That's a breach of trust. How old was Van Zieks? Wasn't he, like, early 20s, late teens? Something like that? Something like that. He's probably in his, like, 40s, 30s to 40s now. Because 10 years, right? So, 30s to 40s. It could be anyone. It could be anyone with the initials B, Aaron Van Zieks. It, you know, just reeks of it. Anyway. What? Why not? Because it was a breach of trust. Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to I showed the letter to Judge Jikoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. And then he broke another witness stand. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. I guess death could be considered a fatal illness. Kazuma's not allowed to catch a break, that is correct. The truth about my father, Genshin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Why did you want to bring us?
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryunosuke, naruhodo. Well, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. Wow, you just... Okay. I'm really hoping that you figured it out rather than was involved. Please don't be involved. You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Strongheart! No! Kazuma! Yes, Barak Van Zieks is the real Reaper. Yeah, what is the string of incidents that incited him to smuggle his friend in a suitcase and also subsequently the closet? I mean, emotional support, moral support. Here's the thing, I really don't know if he thinks that Van Zieks did it or not. I feel like he's smart enough to know that it was Strongheart, but he can't really do anything about that yet, and I don't think Ryunosuke could keep a secret to save his life, given that, like, 4 people have read his mind in the blue, like, inner thoughts things, so I don't think he can really tell Ryunosuke genuinely without that getting out, if he did know. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Well, it was by the Reaper, not Van Zieks, but by the Reaper. That's true. Oh boy. Oh man. Here's the thing. I think that he's trying to set up Strongheart, but is absolutely going to take the fall for it and knows that he's going to, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like he's doing I'm going to solve this at all costs, even if my own life gets thrown away in the process. Yeah. Oh, I really want to keep talking to you, but what else can I do? What do I do? Can I show you anything else? I don't think that McGriddled was part of the scheme. Strongheart was absolutely behind everything. He wants to get rid of all the corruption. So, like, that's why he's been, like, killing all of the people that get away with being acquitted, even though they were definitely the person who did it. At least that's what I think. McAirfried. What else can I... Can I just show him this for no reason? You want to see this? Kazuma, what do you make of this? Not allowed to show it. There's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. It's not evidence, it's just a picture I took with the... Anyway, the courtroom. So it seems you're still confused by the situation. That's what I make of it. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? Because you gotta prove your worth. Anyway. This is fine. What else can I do here? I really want... Clearly I have other things to say to him, otherwise he would have just kicked me out by this point, I feel like. Maybe we have to go investigate and then get more stuff? Or can I discuss this with you? Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Oh, I can talk to him about more things. Yeah, he's miles ahead. Why would I? What? But you're the Lord Van Ziek's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. And during the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I wouldn't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Bats. Okay, well, okay. Chessboard. Well, there's Lord Van Ziek's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. You look so done. No, I notice you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Sei Sou style. I thought it was some kind of punishment set up by Lord Van Ziek's when I first saw it. I find it the most comfortable way to work. Well, I can't do it after a couple minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me. They start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Dang! And the bullying continues. Okay, I need more flavor text for more bullying. It'll make me less sad. Lord Van Ziek's is a fine collection of hallowed chalices and bottles all neatly lined up. Yes, he's extremely particular about all that. He has a strict regime from everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. So I wonder he keeps throwing it at people. Gosh, you must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. Oh? He's so particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. So it's been quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. Anything else in this area, this quadrant? What the? It's a scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realize that. Does the prosecution office make a model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. I'm glad he has a hobby. Good for him. Okay, nothing here. There's bats. Can we ask about the bats? What's up with the bats? Ah! Wah! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeeks, wouldn't you say? Actually, just as one, you disturbed the bats, didn't you? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office too. Doves, I think. Digitized doves. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Although, bats aren't birds, of course. How about a sparrow for you? Sparrow for your thoughts? Doves are just white bats, clearly. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Oh. Why would it be sparrow? Anyway. Casks floor to ceiling, just like the last time we were here. Hallowed barrels, I suppose. Birds aren't real, oh my god. They're arranged according to vintage, flavor, and region. Every week, they're all taken out and put back in order. Every week. Lord Van Zeeks can't seem to settle on the perfect way of arranging them, you see. Vintage, flavor, and region don't neatly coincide. That's the trouble. Gosh, being his apprentice must be a real challenge. Actually, no. Oh? He considers the task too important to entrust to anybody else, so he does it entirely on his own. So he's a barrel of laughs here and in the court, in court then. He must also be like really buff then. Just a random aside, if he's hauling out all of these barrels every week, filled with wine, by the way, liquid is heavy. Believe you me, changing out that aquarium filter, oh my god, it is heavy. Like, I've pulled something before doing that. Okay, I think that's it. No, I have nothing more to discuss with him! I don't want to leave! No. Van Zeeks must be jacked, though. You're correct. I can't show him anything. Yeah, no, it's also the wooden barrels. Like, the barrels themselves, it would already be a workout, but like the fact that they're filled with liquid is like insane. Maybe he doesn't reorganize because he's not satisfied with the organization. He reorganizes to, you know, get buff, apparently, to fend off all of the assassination attempts. Clearly. I'll be back, I swear. I think I need to do this. There's an exclamation point here, so we go here. Yeah, and the steel, too. It's got arms of steel. Vampires do have immense strength. Ah, you got a point there. Because he's clearly Batman. Well, he does have bats. All the assassins. Hey, guy. Sorry for making you relive the most traumatic moment of your life.
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Hi. Sorry. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you'd obviously tried to forget. I think he's he helped keep Gregson's secret for him, like, no questions asked, I think he'd be upstanding enough here to, like, realize, you know, the importance of finding out the truth. I really do think so. Well, we'll see. We'll see in, like, one dialogue box. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, this is probably what we can discuss with him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. That's why he was out. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. Oh! Okay. Not full villain arc. Okay. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and, well, doing what he could to help. So, perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm pretty sure that... was it? This guy got... He was dismissed because they put the blame on him, and it wasn't his fault. I think that's true. Gregson seems like he might have known about that, and was just trying to make up for it because the guy has a strong sense of justice, and man, this is such a messy thing. Why is he JoJo posing? Because he's a clock. Daily Vigil. He's a clock. Gotta hand it to him. Ha. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... it wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me! I swear it, I swear! It's true!
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Oh, buddy. Hey. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh, no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So he wrote a lie in his journal. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. I think it's November in-game. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. Well, we had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector.
But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot.
Yeah, Iris has been here this whole time. Oh gosh, was she just in? Maybe we left her when we went to visit Kazuma. Maybe that seems believable. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm gonna keep going. This is very interesting to me. Ah, man. So I will be right back. We're gonna keep going. Cracked knuckles. What? Am I daydreaming? Wait. Oh no, was the model possessed again? Uh-oh. You know, I could just make it go back to staring directly into the camera, but I don't know what's better now. Maybe just, you know, getting possessed every now and then. It's part of having a good break, I think. That's what one does. Say dreaming that I'm say streaming. I have had dreams where I've been streaming. It is a weird time. Usually before the day I have to stream too, so it's very strange. There we go. I just look at this the whole time, like this the whole time. You know, like I've committed a crime or something. Anyway. Well, let's get back to it. So... It was at midnight on the June 17th, 10 years ago. I read things from left to right, so having to switch that in my brain is interesting. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, well, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again.
Oh god, how many people were buried alive? That's terrifying. I don't like that very much. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the, I'm gonna say this wrong, is it mortuary? I've read the word, but I've never had to say it out loud before. To find a lone coffin, as usual. Okay, cool, I probably shouldn't have mentioned that, and just went, yeah, no, I'm definitely confident. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, and nail it shut. So he was alive and then got shot for real. Yes. It seems like he was getting smuggled out, probably because he was literally being framed for something that he didn't do. And then, got found out by, like, coincidence and then was murdered. Or something. Actually, he probably would have been killed no matter what, because, like, witness or not, there was someone there with a gun that was gonna shoot him, so... Mortuary, ah. Well, don't chew on it. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
No!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean that coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asugi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asugi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. Oh, maybe the guy we met. And that somebody was not me. Obviously, you knew the man then. Like, what was his name? Not Cayman. That's literally an alligator. That's not correct. Where is he? This guy? Caden. Like, he helped them then. And the reason he didn't want to see us wasn't because of racism, but because he didn't want to get found out for, you know, his part in all of this. I'm assuming. It's not always racism. Maybe. Possibly. Barricade and oh my god, he's a barricade. I get it now. Obviously, you knew the man then? The professor, I mean. Genshin Asugi? Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Yeah, Drebber just, it was very... I mean, I wouldn't want to even say it's a coincidence because there was someone there with a gun. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. Oh yeah, no, there are so many times where I'm just like, arrest this person, their name is a pun for the murder they committed. Courtney Scythe, she's the Reaper! It has to be the forensics team, you know? Giselle Brett, that's the gun that... After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution, to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
Oh, yeah, you gotta argue about that. You also have to present something that is the correct thing, but at the wrong time or without examining it.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. To be fair, I think that some famous serial killers were actually pretty charismatic, so not really a point in either side of thing. Anyway, we know he's innocent, but beside the point. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. There's 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken. Were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. That is the most roundabout way to say that.
Being guilty of that does not mean you actually did it. You're just dealing with the survivor's guilt, right? Because you feel responsible? Is that it? Is that your roundabout way of saying that?
The following day, the closed trial took place. The verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Did that ever get released?
As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asugi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
Ah, his last will and testament then. Well, presumably. Or, you know, the plan of escape, I don't know.
As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asugi's incarceration, you see.
What sort of conditions? No pens or paper, ever!
Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly.
Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
Oh, hey, it's exactly what we did with Giselle Brett.
And
did they let him go to the beach too?
and what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed?
Was it the sword that he had? It's gotta be the sword, right?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to
Oh, really? Wait, what? I was joking. I think it sounds like they allowed him to keep the sword, actually.
He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
But what about the origami that he could have potentially made?
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him.
That wasn't suspicious?
Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I've no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me.
What did you just hide behind your back?
Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline.
But, you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. I don't believe that! This will is the only weapon I have left now. What you got there? Smoothie? How can a will be a weapon? It probably had information. So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing. And I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish. Without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished?
It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
Okay. Interesting. I was the only person who saw Asugi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asugi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asugi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
To poor Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming,
It cannot have disappeared completely.
That doesn't quite make sense though, does it?
why would he know about that? That was definitely something to aid in his escape. Uh-oh. In what way?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh, yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asugi Papers. The Asugi Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Refer to as it a won't. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. Can we go talk to Cosmo again? I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you, again. Probably got a difficult conversation ahead of you, sorry.
But what will become of you now?
Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. But it was done with permission! I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This is all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Why are you screaming?
Before you go, there's just one thing.
Oh, yes, what is it? Please stop screaming. The Asugi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some, good reason? Oh yeah, that is the spirit of justice. It's my understanding that the very existence is a closely guarded secret. it became known that I'd remembered. Oh, yeah, let's not put you on a hit list. Well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. I think I'm on a list too. Someone's trying to get me out of the country. Some sort of will that Genjin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder. Perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind...
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor.
And we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Sorry, man. Can we go back to... Hey, are we allowed to go back to... talk to Kazuma about this? I know we're not supposed to! I'm just curious, you know? Because he's just here. No, we're not allowed to. Never mind. Sorry, we're gonna keep the secrets from you again. I wonder where Sholmes is. Oh god, I still don't know how to do this accent. Oh, back again, are you? Yes, hello. Oh, Barclay is a play on Berkeley. Oh, interesting. I've heard all about your investigations. Read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes. Luckily. Well, anywho. The laddie doesn't work here no more. So your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Why is there a child? Hi, Kimmer, you came very well. So, I'll put a wee handcuff biscuit.
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too!
What do you mean? So, what's brought you down here today? Brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. Would you like to tell us about state secrets? That's so. We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. You know, just asking. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Don't worry about it, how we found out. Tell your dear to stop giving us the evil eye, please. Did I not say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened to Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer about with the relevant details. His expressions changed completely. Is his hair a reference to something? We're clearly onto something here. Okay. A murderer's botched execution and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, a shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. Of course it was Scythe! It's always Scythe! My chief warder at the time, Vigil, was in charge of the old affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, huh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I didn't like to say, but it's just Vigil trying to get out of it.
Do you not think he would not have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, huh? I do.
You, wouldn't have said otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visit.
Oh yeah, she's in prison, isn't she? No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
I would not dream of sending you back with not, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
Suppose, if there's anybody who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensic division, Maria Gori.
Oh! Okay, so the coroner's report having this person's name is now relevant.
Dang it, it really was the whole forensic investigation team, wasn't it? Every single person.
Maria... Gory. Don't spare the gory details.
Oh, that's who? Scythe's daughter. She did not have no more, just the one.
Wait, Scythe's last name originally was Gory? Why is her last name different?
But the wee Bairns followed in her mom's footsteps. You didn't ever see her without a scalpel. I'm trying so hard. Without a scalpel in her hand.
She tried to kill us. Or was threatening to.
Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Oh, she's gonna have such a grudge against us. Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gory. We could do with talking to her. So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory?
Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I did not ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folk who died in strange...
That's a terrible way to grow up!
In strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother, or a love of cutting up dead bodies.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me that the wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies.
That's so messed up!
There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Maybe she's the Reaper.
Well then, perhaps, her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago as a bedtime story or something.
I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Gory herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not gee up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone.
Can you not just stay away? No. Leave me alone and dinna come back here, huh?
No, I'm sorry. I have one more thing to talk about, actually.
How do you come to ken about that, laddie? There's no many folk even here in the prison who've heard of those papers.
Well, I can't tell if Mr. Vigil told me. I read it on the internet.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professors, or rather, Genshin Asogi's.
Hi, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
There's no, you're awful out to half cock there. I think you didn't get your facts straight. Just there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Ooh, do we get it?
Let me just have a wee walk around in here. I'm sure I can find it.
Thank you for giving me confidential papers.
Aye, here you are. See?
The last will and testament of Genshin Nasuki, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But I mind it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers.
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi and no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the drama show that slayster of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case.
I'm gonna give this to Kazuma. For reasons.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer if you didn't made no mention of this outside this office, or rather, I would not just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
Oh, no. I understand. Planning immediately to give this to Kazuma. Immediately planning to give this to him. Let me take a look at this, though. I, Genshin Asuki, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path. That is interesting. Oh, you're right. I probably can. Can I look at this weird clock now? This grandfather clock is,
It's fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down.
It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop.
Oh, heads off, you mean?
There's no carrots and parsnips and so forth.
Oh,
If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morn, by evening it'll have been cut clean into.
By evening? Why would it take that long?
well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then. Indescribably dull.
Oh, I think this is something. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That is a daunting collection.
Ah, there's a story behind every one of those.
You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon, and the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when he was arrested?
I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not those kind of stories, Jimmy. That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Miss Caden was never best pleased. The cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bobby.
The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they?
Yes, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment.
I suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, aren't they?
Either that, or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows.
Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions, I really couldn't deny either possibility.
Especially the one on the extreme right. The expression goes beyond severe into a whole new territory. That one's me.
I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having a severe expression, I mean? Of course it's not. Although, it is taken into consideration. A lot. Yeah, what's up with this bird? Is it alive? I hope it's not. I never expected to find a parrot in it. That's not a parrot, my guy. In a prison, it must be the governor's pet. I hope not.
Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner.
Let me out! Did it kill me? Oh no, it's alive! What? Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? Oh no, there's one of 3 siblings, you see. But he still calls out for the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. Right. What? Let me out and don't kill me are the names of the other 2 birds? Also, that's... You gotta let it out. You can't just keep it in a cage like that. That's not even fit for it to live in. Maybe it's in detention. Maybe it's grounded for something. Let me out. Do not kill me. Hi, here ya laddie. You want your dinner? I did not do it. Let me out, don't kill me. Didn't do it. What? 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 That deer has been staring at me for a while now.
It has?
Poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again now either. Is his name Didn't Do It? Yeah, it is! He has an interesting sense of humor. It's giving me a woefully imploring look. No, I think it just wants to send me to the depths of hell.
It's not real, Mr. Naruhodo. It's stuffed.
What? I mean, yes, of course it is. For a moment, I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator. Among Us?
I don't say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
That's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled Inmate Register. Look! And all the files are in alphabetical order. I don't think we're allowed to be looking at these. Plus 50 years worth of records of Barclay's inmates. Whether or no they left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say.
A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting.
And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. Yep, that's it. Okay, I can escape the accent now. Goodbye. I'm gonna show this immediately to Kazuma. Am I allowed to? Please let me be allowed to do this. Immediately? No! I'm not allowed to. Okay, never mind. Dang it. Fine. Boo. I'm not allowed to immediately break my promise. Where am I going? Are you sure we've asked? No, I'm not, but I don't have anything else I can ask. Who do I talk to? Where is the daughter? We need to talk to her. I think it's just us keeping our promise. Is she here? No, she's not. Can we come back here? No, everyone left so that I could pay the bill. Is she in prison? Have you got anything to say? No, you don't.
Are you investigating? Okay, there's still stuff we can look at here. Okay. The difference between a lawyer and a super lawyer? Super lawyers go and fight in Marvel vs. Capcom. Okay, let's just take a look at everything. There are details of cases stretching back over 10 years on this notice board. Yes, a history of Lord Van Zeek's defeats in court.
I don't think that's an appropriate description. Although, when you consider everything on the board, it's certainly true that all these people had a background of dubious dealings.
And in the end, of course, the board itself concealed the inspector's own death.
Oh my, it really doesn't bear thinking about.
Huh? What the? My mouse just stopped working for a second. That was really weird. Oh, Inspector! Oh, sir! Poor man. Oh, okay. I guess they're still not able to investigate. It's very sad. The photograph of Mrs. Vigil.
Realizing the identity of this lady was a very great clue to exposing Mr. Gossip's true identity. He obviously loves his wife very dearly, which is why he felt he couldn't tell her the truth.
The transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Just from that big twisted lip. And nose. And hair dye.
Yes, he went to extraordinary efforts to play the part of Hugh Boone convincingly.
Although, it didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. They've been crying for 2 days, yeah. They haven't left, they've just been staying here and crying.
Now you say it, I have to agree.
It's almost as if that was Mr. Vigil's true character.
People really are very hard to fathom at times.
Anything else that is new? Using a candle as a timer device. Very ingenious, I must say.
Yes, the culprit arranged it so that the firecracker would be set off at 5 o'clock and then left.
So that a loud bang was heard at precisely the moment Lord Van Zeeks arrived, yes. If only he hadn't picked up that gun from the floor.
Something you probably told yourself once upon a time, I imagine.
Yes, I've learned that lesson by bitter experience. I would have turned and run a mile for sure.
Which may not have done you any favors either.
If it turns out that Gregson didn't actually die in here at all, where on earth could he have been killed?
Well, one way or another, we must find out, for the inspector's sake. You know, you look awfully pale again today, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry, when I start thinking it all through, I conjure up some horrible images in my mind.
Your imagination is the culprit here, then. Most certainly guilty.
By the way, are we ever gonna mention that this gun is absolutely Gregson's because it has the watch, like, top of the watch, in the socket of it, and it's also, like, older than 10 years when the gun started being issued out with serial numbers? That'll probably come up eventually, right? This revolver, just who does it belong to? Gregson.
Well, we know it's of the type issued to members of the police force and judiciary.
But Gregson's own gun was found on his person. It's his other gun!
And of course, Lord Van Zeeks has admitted to losing the firearm with which he was issued. Such absent-mindedness, not dissimilar to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm starting to think the cold, hard prosecutor and I could become friends after all. And he would hate that fact. A lot. Completely irrelevant. Yeah, obviously. Clearly it's not Gregson's gun. Why would he have a second gun? Especially if he was coordinating the Reaper stuff. No, he would not have a second gun that's not marked or easily traceable. No.
And I wish you every success.
It catches your eye as soon as you enter the room, doesn't it?
It's such a bright color, it certainly makes an impression, yes.
Can't possibly commit any crimes, can they? I mean, redheads stand out like a sore thumb.
I'm afraid with our jet black Japanese hair, we stand out almost as much here in London.
I have two guns, so double the accuracy. I suppose that's true.
You mustn't think of committing any crimes, Mr. Naruhodo.
I wasn't! I wasn't. Never have imagined that this little figurine would turn out to be a watch-winding key.
I suppose it's a policeman because the pocket watch was a gift from Scotland Yard. It seems there was much more to Inspector Gregson than we ever realized. He was clearly a brilliant man.
No, it's the fish and chips that threw us off. I feel as though it ruined his image.
I really don't think we should blame one of Britain's staple cuisines.
But think about it. Imagine if it was Mr. Sholmes. How would you feel if instead of that old briar pipe that's always in his hand, Mr. Sholmes had a bag of chips?
Rather disappointed, if I'm honest.
Exactly. I don't know, if someone had a never-ending bag of chips, I think I'd be pretty impressed. Also, there's actually nothing for me to do here, what? Really? I would have thought there would have been something. Nothing at all. Huh. Okay. I guess we come back here later. Wait, where do I go? What am I missing? Oh no, what am I missing? What else can I ask you? And I examined everything around, so... There's gotta be, yeah, there has to be something I can show him, but it's just like, what doesn't he consider as evidence? What if I just present every single thing to him? Do you want to see a picture? No, no you don't. I could just present every single thing to him. I might just do it. Oh, what? Really? It was just the second thing? I was shocked when I found out they were related to the case. The Redheaded League, I mean. You want to just talk about the papers? Wow, look at that weather out there. Personally, it wasn't their plan to swindle everyone that surprised me. It was the fact that so many red-headed people gathered from all over London that day. Certain great detective being among them. I expect those two are in their cells as we speak, wishing they'd never dreamt up their little plan. Or maybe they're busy plotting their next one. Okay, not this one. I'll get there eventually. I already presented this one, didn't I? Dang it. He just keeps saying, like, why are you showing me evidence? You should not be doing that. Me showing him every piece of evidence that's in my endless pockets. Yup, I'm such a good lawyer. Unless that was the only thing I had to show him. I guess I can click move just to see if there's like anything else. Hold on. Okay, no. Clearly I have something else I need to show you. Hold on. I'm at this one. Hold on. I'll get through every single one. I've only been a lawyer for a year. It's fine. Oh, what the? What did I show him for him to say that? Was it the gun? Please don't use the gun. The Reaper. At last, I get to take my revenge. Kazuma. Lord Van Zeeks isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial. You mean like the one my father had? Oh, shoot. It's a closed trial now, too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. As if they were set up by somebody else. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show that man for what he really is. Okay, maybe he does believe that Venzies did it. Uh-oh. Kazuma. Sheesh. Well, one by one. He certainly... You sure we can't give him a hug? He seems like he needs one. Okay. Maybe this is how we get access to Gory, huh? This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Well, that's what's written on the autopsy report. It's Dr. Gory.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate 7 by Barclay Prison, you mean? Everything's tied together. Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Oh, that's it. No more evidence to be shown to him. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karama is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well, then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. Oh, I'm so sorry. This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a name. Chat. Von Karma? No. Von Karma? Oh boy. Yeah, that's... What a weird coincidence. That's, okay. Really, Karuma, it does sound formidable, that's for sure. That is hilarious. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. Well, it was an honor. Can they hug now? Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Weird aside, why are the arms of his jacket so, like, tight fitting. Like, you can see his muscles. Who gave him this uniform? They had an agenda. Kazuma, you've changed. It's so you can see his well, I guess that is the agenda, sure. Oh, well, nope, yeah, you can still see them. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I'd say, like, confidence suits you. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks, given what happened. But the fact is, those events and this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. Well, I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. The girls are fighting. No! Yeah, nothing else. That's it. That does sound like it. Okay, cool. Wonderful. Let's... Yeah, I'm really worried. Maybe he doesn't know then. But then why is he on that weird hit list? Is it people who potentially knew about the papers or something? I don't know. I'm worried. There's a couple of theories and none of them are good, and oh my god, it is very different now. When mom's not home. This place, really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected.
But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air.
Well, being a dead room, the corner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Susato does not look happy about that information. Iris? Do you think we could change the subject? Susato looks like she's gonna have a breakdown. Ah! I don't like that.
Whoa, what was that?
I don't like the sharpening noises. I feel like I'm going to be murdered. I'm already up there, stuffed and mounted on a freaking not a wall, but like that's a dead crow. That's scary. I don't want to die. Dr. Gory, please don't kill me.
Ah! Why?
What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. Okay. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis and expertly sharpened scalpel, it cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Ah! Maybe we should just get to our point, chop chop, and then get out of here.
Oh, yes, please. I love to. Iris, no!
Then I think you'll do nicely.
No, I won't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Oh, thank goodness you put him down. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... no. I don't like that.
Save me. I I'm going to die. Well, this is fine.
This is the only thing we need to shink, shink, shink. No, thank you. In fact, so no thank you then. I'm just gonna take a break real quick. And I'll definitely come back. It's fine. It's totally fine. At least it's not doing the metal. Oh yeah, no, that would actually be aggravating as heck. Alright, I will be right back. I'm just trying to get to the trial at this point. We'll see how long that takes. So, be right back. Unfortunately, I was seen again. Oh, right on time, actually. There's an operating table in case I sustain any injuries. Okay. Alright. Well, I just had time of death on the screen the entire time. We have actually met before. You tried to threaten to kill me then too. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So, Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Dr. Sai has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's way off. Mikotowa just like, in the corner, just like, oh, I'm trying to prevent that one. Oh, why are you interested? So sorry, but, I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Alright, what do I present to you? Hey, can I just present this to you? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. What? What do you... No, I don't like that at all. I do not like the way you're oh.
Oh, he was very good.
Good. Sorry. I hate this. You know, like.
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little miss. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
We can skip those details. Oh god, that was our friend. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
That's not my fault.
Oh, that goth jump scare. That made me jump.
And please tell us what happened.
You know, fear. Okay, time of death. What's up? So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? Also, how old is she? Do we know? 19, and she's the coroner of like a really, you know, important closed case trial thing. Really? Oh my god. Wait, is that... Did I already... Oh, did I not do that, Ara? I thought I did. Ara.
And, you know, like, yeah.
So why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? The other expert is in jail because of me? Well, you know what? Don't commit crime then! I feel like that's not my fault. It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What by whom?
Ugh, Male Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here.
Lord Strongheart. Yep! He is behind everything! Lord Strongheart, came to visit?
He said that from the witness test statements about...
Yeah, I know, I know! Shush! I'm trying to avoid all of the, unfortunate ways that things are worded sometimes. Phrasing!
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence. It was obvious. Man clearly died at 5 PM on the November 1st when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Oh my god, that is such a screwed up thing to say!
Give it here then.
Did it work? Hmm? Uh-huh. What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written...
What? What's she written? Tell us!
Indeterminate.
But...
No detail? Okay. Hey, what? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat.
Oh, stop calling him specimen. Also, I can't believe the fish and chips are gonna be what's, like, gonna save this case.
And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes, what are you really trying to say?
Well, it's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate? Is that even possible to do? Freezer.
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot.
with today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. In the future, maybe.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device.
No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory or some other special places.
I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No.
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
I guess they did have refrigerators. I mean, Lovecraft wrote about refrigerators and how scary they were, so... Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there was no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
But in the outside. In the not vicinity. Oh, yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Sei, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor...
Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry? What do you mean?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
Oh, you are excited about that one! Why? What really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized.
She has two loves, her work and her mother, who tells her about her work. And therefore, I don't know about that second one. She got to cut up such a wonderful specimen. Oh, I hate that. I hate that a lot.
That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event.
Why are all of these related to Scythe? What does all this mean? That things were fabricated, maybe?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory.
No.
Oh. Oh, wow, okay.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
You were 9. Why was she telling you about this? But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know.
But she just told you? Oh, never mind.
Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Well, that sounds like what he did with Scythe as well.
Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there was powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well.
The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it.
Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Not Strongheart. Probably. Maybe. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zieks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies on murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson.
How deep does this rabbit hole go?
Oh, that's right, my daddy.
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
It must have been my father, using Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asuki as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us anything more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Would that be alright?
Oh, what's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed onto V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you! Wow, you are surprisingly cooperative when you're not threatening my life. Let's see, Van Zieks. That's strange.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zieks.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right, they're gone!
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to...
Sholmes!
Like to see the records.
No, you don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
Iris? Iris? Oh boy.
Bruno?
I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now.
Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Should we be letting you wander around in a cemetery by yourself?
Oh, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck.
Wait a minute, the little girl.
Huh? Me?
I'll remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen that...
What else could she have been? Dead?
That's the way it usually works, yes.
Was I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I mustache.
Wait, Iris.
I'll brew up a pop for you and get you when you get home. Bye-bye.
What is the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden.
You should go after her.
Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
She stole from me then. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I preferred if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry! It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared.
But I think we've asked all we came to ask now, and I'm gonna leave. Bye-bye!
Do you think she's good at cooking? Well, she certainly, I would say she's very, she can make a very knife, meal. Where is she? Is she back home? No. Where did she go? Can we talk to... No, he was... Yeah, okay. We can't talk to him about this either. Wait, it suits Lord Van Zeeks? What the heck is up? Where is he? I go. Oh, do I go back here? Oh. She can debone fish. She could do some real good filleted fish. But, not for eating, I feel like. She's a clever girl. So why are we back here? Police are still busily investigating in here then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own. Practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually. What are we doing? There's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Wait, is there? Is the case?
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
Is the case? I don't remember that being there. Hold on. What's with this box? This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside. Look. TG.
Oh. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here.
Oh! Oi! What do you think you're doing?
Yep, thought so.
That's my trunk, that is. Hands off!
Gina!
Where were you hiding?
In the chimney.
I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit it out, Otto.
is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What are you trying to say?
Come on, this trunk is with me everywhere, always has. Where have you been the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly.
You steer him talking at the yard now. Should be ashamed of themselves. Saying it was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
You mean the whole Reaper thing? I'm surprised that actually got out and like is a thing that people are saying now. She got the armband recently after the whole Gregson thing.
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well, then obviously it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook in his office.
Oh, no, this does not sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No! Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook?
They wouldn't flemmin' let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it, and he was my boss.
Did you take it? Did you swipe it? Did you pull a Hosonaga?
That's right! I was pretty miffed about it, so sneaked a peek at what it said anyway.
Oh!
That's our Gina. Alrighty. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote.
And what had he written, Gina?
Dates, times, places, names, a whole long list of them. All details about the bludgers supposed to have been done in by the Reaper.
But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities.
You know, that was my theory for a while, but it's seemingly less and less likely.
Exactly. That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end of it that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
Pretty sure the date against it was October 31st.
Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like,
Don't be Cosma, don't be Cosma, don't be Cosma, don't be Cosma, don't be Cosma.
Nah, it's no good. Can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Don't be Cosma, don't be Cosma, don't be Cosma, don't be Cosma.
Oh dear, what a pity.
Oh, there was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. I don't suppose it means anything, but.
Sudden silence.
Oh, does mean something.
Did you say Shin?
But it does mean something.
Also, I love how Assassin, it probably was Shinigami in the other one. I have no idea if that's true. Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. I could have been investigating, I say, copium. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and all that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before, that would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cub what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results. When me and my partner you get together, there's nothing we can't track down. Yay! Puppy! Oh, little Toby! He's such a faithful friend.
So, I just want to pet the dog, man. Have you tracked anything down then?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business in it.
Oh,
Anyway, point is, if you lot ever need any help, well, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the hellhound here.
right, because he looks oh so hellish. Honest.
The hellhound.
Gina, about your hellhound there.
Yeah, pick him up again. I want to see him. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is.
Toby is the Hound of the Baskerville. Oh no!
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, well, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least.
It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Do we?
Take that!
Can I do this? Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this.
Armed and dangerous!
Well, the Chief Inspector said woof to that, Otto.
Yes, I heard.
I think perhaps that particular item didn't excite him very much. Dang it! Ain't you got nothing else?
I'll, have a think. What can I give the dog? What do I need? Oh, wait, the gun! Hold on! We need to know who the gun belonged to. Gina, about your hellhound there. Oh, wait, is it the same dialogue?
Oh, you want to see another demonstration of his amazing nose, eh? Well, we're trying to trace Inspector Gregson's movements, so...
Come on, Otto, what you got for him? Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Maybe the gun, or is it something more recent? No. I would say it'd be the gun, right? Because we don't know who it belonged to. Dang it. Nope. Not that. We're not allowed to know who the gun belonged to. Never mind. I will figure this out. So it has to be a more recent thing. We're trying to trace his steps, right? Maybe the watch or the identification then? We know where the identification, like, went. It was with them, so maybe the watch?
Take that!
Oh, well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. I love how we've just stole the watch. We stole everything, apparently. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Ah! The Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oh god! He really was he was the Hound of the Baskerville! Oh no! Look what he's gone to!
Oh my! That trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson.
In other words, it must have belonged to him. Did the TG not give that away?
Oh, all right. It's fair cop, I suppose.
And you nearly got away with it too. Except for a meddling little dog.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us?
Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Oh yeah, it could be Testrad Gina, of course, you're right. Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich, not to a bag of chips.
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Because he wasn't wearing the overcoat. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had it in between them wooden balls of his, the boss's trunk. He had it? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
They just stole it!
Goodness.
Okay, this is... when he gets arrested, this is not my fault this time, okay? When he lost his job, it was a consequence of my actions, but this time, not my fault. Me and the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did, nothing more, nothing less.
But you adamantly the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So, Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then? What do you mean? I didn't do nothing!
How could they?
So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. So something wrong with it, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Also, can we know what's inside it? Maybe it's relevant.
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
What are you on about? I am the police! Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it.
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
I too want to see the dog again. Are you sure you want to see the dog again? I don't think the dog's very happy. Are you sure you want to see Toby again? He's going full hellhound mode. You hear that gurring? Grr. You know. Grr. Yeah, I could do that better. Like, there we go. You know. Growl. Grr. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful! It must be the trunk.
Ah! Ah! Are you sure you want to see the dog again? Oh my god! That's it! End of the game! We perished. It's all over now! Well, good game, folks. Bye-bye. Toby, oh, what are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off?
Mr. Naruhodo! Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly! Hail a carriage!
Oh my god, did we actually? Are we gonna be put in the hospital? Oh my god! Oh no, we got sent home. Okay, never mind. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? You don't have amnesia, right?
Miss Sato. Oh, hey, he's back. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, well, most unseemly.
What? Now he's out for the count too.
What is or isn't seemly is irrelevant here, Mr. Sholmes. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. Thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Alrighty. What to do?
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? It's, rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
Well, I was knocked unconscious by a dog. Well, it's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning. The shovel!
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course. Must get back to work as soon as possible. Oh, this is probably the dialogue for when you just come here randomly. Never mind. Hi. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. Where did you pop up from this time? My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. Well, for a moment I feared that infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. He would be scared by that, huh? Knowing that someone he, well, I would say cares about, question mark, friend, you know, got mauled by a dog after that case. I imagine he would have been scared, actually. Especially after Gregson and stuff. Okay. Aw, that's sweet, I think. You mean the professor? Well, fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. Wait, did something just pop up in the background? Was that there before? I think it was, and I just didn't notice it. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember, is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Why? Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Okay, let's have some tea.
The steam is rising gently from the kettle, as always.
Yes, it doesn't feel right somehow unless it is. But the steam has an unusual scent today.
Perhaps the sweet potatoes that I brought back from Japan with me are ready.
Ugh.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, I heard that, you know.
Tears of joy, Mrs. Sato, from my mouth. No, are we not having tea? Oh, are we supposed to have tea in the... We're probably having tea. Okay. We have tea here. That makes more sense. We just gotta go from that teapot and the other teapot upstairs to the teapots down here. I should have realized. We were supposed to use the downstairs teapots. Huh? Is that? What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Why is the teapot teacup broken? Everything's fine? Are you sure? Why is Susato's dad passed out on the couch with a tea doily on, I think that's called a doily, right? On him. And also Kazuma's old mask? Also, I've been at this for 5 hours. Am I okay? I'm fine. I really just want to get to the trial. I'll stop around then. I made that resolution and we've been at it for a while. I should never make resolutions like that. Ah, no. It's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns.
Iris?
Did he tell her? Iris? What's the matter? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Who is that sprawling, I mean that relaxed gentleman over there?
The trunk is open, you're right. Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but he's not singing. But would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Did he take a...
Mr. Sholmes, do you mean...
Is Iris hiding something? She has one hand behind her back, but like... Is she hiding? The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. Why is she so quiet? The judge is just like hiding out on the roof or something. She's turned as white as a sheet.
So, as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to music land where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. I am not getting to that trial anytime soon, huh? I do like that they have a silhouette for this outfit for him, though. That's pretty neat. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English. No, I'm pretty sure that's Susato's dad. Like, he has a very recognizable mustache, you know? It's from the gramophone behind him, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So, why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar. He passed out, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. I too would like to pass out. Now, to the next question. Who, exactly, is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now... Is that him sitting on the couch armchair? A certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. Hey, is this the reference? Wait, it's not. That wasn't German, though. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried. Wait, isn't that the kid? You remember the German kid? I remember suffering with this name, therefore I don't think I misremembered this. He's just screwing with us again. Of course. The King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is No, it isn't! Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany! It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. Yeah, he's just screwing with us, and it's kind of great, because, like, I have a feeling. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? Because he's not wrong about... I'm pretty sure he's not wrong about, you know, because, what is it? An old friend or someone he knew coming to visit him? That I'm pretty sure is just true. Because I'm pretty sure they knew each other. So, the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Okay. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yeah, imponderable? Yes, you, young Iris. Aww. She looks like she has something in her mouth. Like, she has like a little puffed out cheek. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your mutiny is concealed inside that knapsack. Why is there paper stuffed in there? Did she do that thing where, like, when someone walks into the room unexpectedly and you, like, eat the paper or something? Because, like, I don't know about that crumpled paper, but... A £5 note, I believe. Must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. Ow! It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. Oh, you know what? I kind of think that he's just saying this ridiculous stuff to get her to talk. Because she really wants to correct him right now, but she can't. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. She's so annoyed. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Look at that shit-eating grin on his face! Oh my god. Ah, yes. We need only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Was it coffee? I know that the remains of it are on the ground. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Of his hijinks. There we go. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. So here's the other potential reason why he's playing the fool here. He's just screwing with her because his coffee cup broke. His favorite coffee cup broke. Like, it's not to hide the coffee cup, but like, it did break and he's bitter. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes's great deduction of this painful puzzle. He looks so... Oh, it's so funny. He's so petty. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not?
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something that does rather trouble me.
Pray, Mrs. Santo, do tell.
His Royal Highness, doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. If Mr. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And, one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany. It was the King of Bohemia. Okay, yeah, no, this it absolutely is. I was just like, isn't that a reference to Irene Adler? That case? And then they said Germany. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Oh, goodness, was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz the Prince testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
Oh, I forgot, it wasn't German. Oops, sorry. I can't believe he managed to get me. I would ask that you keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. He's absolutely doing this because he's bitter about his cup being broken. That's so petty. I kinda love it. Oh man, that's hilarious. Okay. Let us go forward. I'm pretty sure it's the gramophone. That is the direction she's looking, to be fair. Okay. So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing?
Goodness, I should like to try some.
And I'd like to hear your singing, but this man. Just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose?
As I said, he's been stock still the entire time. And if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
Ah.
So, I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
Come on. Is it on? Wait, this
is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country.
Yeah, it's this.
The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn.
But machines singing, that can't be right!
Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too.
Oh, it's too much for my brain.
Well, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
Yep, I was thinking that in my head, I won't lie. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Oh, hi! He's looking at me! Who else is there? He's just looking at the camera. He's looking at me. Ah! Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, he's aware of everything, including the fourth wall. It would appear that the fellow is unconscious. Thank you. It was kind of repeating a lot. The music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Oh, I love it. Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who, exactly, is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? Alright. Well, you can't say it's... Okay, well, you're still saying that. Alright. I'll just get to that part. Because this is all stuff we've seen. Let me just... Come on, we've seen this. I love how Iris reacted to King of Germany, by the way. Okay, here we go. Now I can wait. I love how she jumped at that, like, oh my god, how did he know? Or, what is he talking about? So. Yep, well, it can't take that much longer, right? Right? It surely won't take another hour to get to the trial, right? There's no way. That would be impossible. These are trying times. Yeah, trying to get to the trial is a real trying time indeed. Yeah. Okay, I mean, here's the thing. Just a little bit of exposition is fine. I think it should be alright to... Because I just want to get to that part. Listen, I really want to know what happened. But, you know, I might be getting a little over-enthusiastic. That's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. It is hunky-dory. A-okay. But yeah. There's no... Well, let me think. What other reason why I'm trying to think of, like, what his wrong deductions are gonna reveal. Because most of the time, they reveal something. Why would he say Germany, specifically? You think that's where they met? No, he only visited Britain, though. So, like... Mikotoba, that is. He only visited Britain, so, like, why would he have been in Germany? The only thing that Germany had come up with before was, heckin', I was about to say Edgeworth's friend. That's not Edgeworth. Van Zeek's friend. And classmate. That's the only mention of Germany we had. So maybe that's actually referencing the Great Exhibition? I'm absolutely thinking way too much into this, but, like, it's fun. So, but it's fine. We can get back to our regularly scheduled over-analysis that is permitted by the game, rather than the over-analysis that I am doing on my own time. So, although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia. He still used the Bohemian King's name, though. That's true, but... I don't know. Either they're related to this, or it's just kind of him being silly.
It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason.
Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Oh my god, is that the reason? Oh my god, that's the reason.
Master Gotts, the boy whom you had in tears.
Don't remind me, or anyone else.
Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks?
Oh, I'm sure they do. Well, probably any- oh, no shot. Random thing! This was a mask given to Kazuma by Strongheart. You don't think that this was Clint Van Zeek's mask, right? Because they mentioned something about the aristocracy having no way. That'd be weird, right? That'd be kind of screwed up to do, actually. Or maybe it was something that the actual Reaper wore to when murdering. And then Strongheart gave it to Kazuma to really screw with Van Zieks because he was a terrible person. Oh no. The point is, that mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, that's right. As we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Strongheart! Anyway, no. Well, as of right now.
Take that!
We didn't even have to look around for that one. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. Well, in other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Oh, he is so fucking with us. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. Just take off the mask, right? After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it. Reveal your true self. Persona. I don't believe. Well, I believe it.
Father!
I'm afraid, Mrs. Sato, you must be
No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
Well, then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. Wow, he got shut down! This mysterious visitor.
It's my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba.
Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying? We could have done this from the beginning. Solved! I love how in other ones they didn't have solved, right? But like this one is so obvious because it's just we see. Which leaves us with one remaining in oh yeah, hold on. Okay. Here we go. So that's a £5 note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh, they always have the solved stamp? Never mind then. I just might have misremembered.
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form.
I know. I'm not even sure if we've ever seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we?
But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence.
He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose.
Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different.
Okay, I can't reveal the fact that she has a puffed out cheek, but that's fine. What else is there? It's not the knapsack. It's not that. Interesting. These are the only two angles. What? The Persian slipper? What? The slipper features in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, doesn't it?
It does! When I first saw it there on the mantelpiece, I very nearly fainted with excitement.
Doesn't Iris keep her 11s in there?
Yes, that part was never mentioned in the stories.
We could swap it for the Japanese equivalent of a slipper for fun. In other words, for a wooden geta sandal.
But then it wouldn't be possible to hide anything inside.
Which matters because... This metal
chest, it contains important documents, doesn't it?
Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside.
Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
Ah, so it is. That's hard to ignore.
Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
Pretty sure it's this. It's definitely the slipper. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. Well, it explains why the cup is on the ground, because that's where it, like, you know, opening the chest probably knocked it over. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. She's gonna shoot him. Here we go.
No! Honey, don't!
Oh my god! Ah! Oh my god! He just died! Mr. Schultz! Ellie! He's dead.
Never! Oh, honey. Told you not to open it.
Then just tell us that's what happened? Why does it have that much force, by the way? You heard him hit the ceiling, right? They've gotten quite close, apparently. Yeah, apparently. So you found your voice now, Iris. You wanna just say what happened? He's clean knocked out now. In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. Oh, you guys ballroom dance together? Anyway. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so is she worried that she murdered him?
You mean you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before?
Miss Susato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. I see that with Sholmes down, we need someone to inherit the Sholmesity.
Oh, well, if you say so.
Oh, that's me.
I think we better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
Okay. So, are you holding anything? Ah! So you are. I thought you were hiding something behind your back. That's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it?
No, you're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic.
Well, that's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from?
Take that!
I wasn't even replacing anything with that word. That's funny. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. When Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before... Well, just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. Oh, she just ate the evidence. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest.
You're so clever, Bruno.
No. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. Do you think that Sholmes just committed to the bit? Like, because I am under the impression that he knows what happened and he's mostly just messing with us, but like, did he really commit that hard to the bit? Huh. We honor your sacrifice, my guy.
But
Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee.
wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. Oh, give it the follow. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? It's a very normal situation that definitely happened. Wow, last night's party was so wild. He committed to being launched into the ceiling, yeah. Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, well, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. Crazy coincidental. I mean, I don't think they're really making the decision to be lying there. Physics decided that that's where they landed, and we've decided to just leave them there instead of checking to make sure they're, like, alive. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the unconscious professor's finger. That is such a coincidence. Aw, thank you. Oh, I guess it does look like Kay. Neat.
You mean to say that the stylish scarf?
Oh yeah, that was the thing on the trunk. It was actually just a tablecloth. This is the great detective's office, after all. A place of miraculous deductions. Oh, well, I no longer look like Kay anymore.
Ah, Susato joined us! That's so cute.
Did you expect anything less?
Yes, alright. Happened exactly as you said. And then I also broke Burley's teacup, or coffee cup, and now he's mad. Brilliant, Bruno!
Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Now why are you looking at me again? The deductions is just clearly, you know, New Game Plus.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Oh, he's up! He gets to say objection? An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. When did you gain consciousness again? But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes. He's correcting the correction! If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction... Oh, you know what? She did rather accept it, just kind of a, oh cool, you just came up with something, I'm just gonna play into that, let you think what you want to think. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is, from the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. No, she wasn't.
Really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup.
Must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest.
Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here.
Well, but now that the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
Yeah, that's not her secret, but Sholmes is very put out by the fact that his cup is broken. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Not that. Not that. Where? I can literally just look around, huh? I mean, am I allowed to look at this? Surely this time at last, the knapsack is going to be the No, it's not.
I'm really not so sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events.
Oh, is that what happens if you just keep clicking the knapsack? Is he just like continuously like, it has to be this, it has to be this, it has to be this, canonically? Because it's a sizable bag, big enough to...
Big enough to carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for.
It's like the whole box thing again. Boxes are for carrying things in them. You'd think he would have learned. So, the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean?
I really wouldn't like to say.
Boxes is for cuddling. Not when they were evidence. What can I look around in this room? What were you taking? Cause like, I thought she would have been taking the Hound of the Baskervilles story with her. That's what I thought. It's not that. I can't even look at the smashed cup on the ground. What else can I even look at here? Is anything else, like, missing or broken? I feel like I'm playing a wild game of I Spy. Like, I would assume it's the contents. Just for the thing you can rotate around. Sometimes there are things in the background that show up, just like off screen, but this time there wasn't anything obvious, actually. It's literally the only thing I can interact with. Can I actually... Maybe it is the knapsack. I feel like it's that.
Take that!
Dang it. Because, like, I'm pretty sure it's the... Well, I guess I'm wrong. Okay. If Iris was attempting to sneak away with something else, then she must be hiding it somewhere, and as far as I can tell, there's really nowhere else she could conceal anything but in that bag. Well, perhaps you'll allow me to offer an opinion here. As far as I can tell, much like that bag, your deduction doesn't hold water, my dear fellow. I wasn't suggesting she was trying to make off with a bag full of water. Indeed, that would be madness.
Bleh.
We were very nearly taken in completely by Iris then, weren't we?
It's rather charming that you could be deceived by a 10-year-old girl, I think.
I don't think it was only me.
No, you're right.
I think what Iris is hiding must be extremely important somehow, don't you?
Yes.
We're so close now. This great deduction is within our grasp, I'm sure. What is on her person that... Do you have, like, a thing? Oh! Found it!
Take that!
I spun it in 360 degrees, but, you were attempting to abscond with that case file. I thought it was stuffed into her bag, but I guess you would be cleverer about it. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no.
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Oh yeah, that thing. And Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. That's true, I just would have expected her to have already grabbed it at that point. Clint Van Zeeks. Yes, I do seem to recall. Some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris?
I...
You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry.
Is it because they were penned by Wilson?
Forgive me!
Oh, is it because it was her dad and she wanted, like, some memory of him? In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris?
Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
The writing?
Your father's writing. What do you really mean?
Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten.
Father!
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up.
So will I.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder. Perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely?
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on.
Oh. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner.
Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest.
That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
You know what I'm starting to realize? It was a while ago when in the autopsy room. But like, didn't she say that some foreign fellow was also wait, was Wilson mentioned as like a different person, or was it like was Wilson just the name that Mikotoba went by? Because if that's the case, then like that means that Wilson just wasn't her father, period, end. And that's actually way more traumatizing, I think. I really, really hope that's not the case. That's one way of describing it.
Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age.
Except a doctor.
I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though.
But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
Yes!
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Do we have that report on us now, or no, not yet? I'll look at the chest later.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I knew that handwriting. I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there.
So you decided to steal it. She was like 8.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report
read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So, that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, Iris. I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. She doesn't even know, yeah. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize, I promise.
Yes. We'll go together, I think. That is the most dad thing that he has done.
Then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
I'm immediately looking at this. Or, once I'm allowed to. Hold on. Hold on. Clint Van Zeeks, 33. May 31st between 9 p.m. and midnight. John H. Wilson. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Huh. That's interesting. What about... Don't worry about him. This isn't about him. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. It doesn't say anything about that. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. What was the evidence? What did this guy eat? Also, before I forget, I should probably look at this. Just, let's have a look inside. Look, there's something inside.
Ooh, let's see. It appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad? Yeah, he was going to France!
Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh!
What is it?
It was for travel on October 31st, just one day before the incident.
What? Really? Oh. Okay. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. Was he set up? He never did get to see France. Was he? Oh no, why is there blood on everything? Look at this dark stain here. Do you think...
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Oh, I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means...
That this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Oh, what the heck? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged. Whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
Well, given the Clint Van Zieks thing, was it a duel? Was it a sword? A sward? Wonder how it happened. Well, hold on. There's another thing here. Knife? Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting.
It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort. But it's wedged in so tightly, I can't remove it.
Well, don't cut yourself. You'd better leave it, I think. Huh. The only people who have swords that I know of are Van Zieks and Kazuma. And I don't like either of those two options. I really don't like either of those two options. Oh, it's just a barrel of fun. ACD 0522. Okay. What sort of fish and chips are you eating if your oil looks like blood? The kind that infinitely respawns.
I must give in more to my herbs, I think.
Oh, this girl should not be dealing with this much freaking trauma. She's 10.
I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. Arthur Conan Doyle? Oh! That's a neat reference. I know Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still.
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
That would mean...
What on earth's the matter, Mrs. Sato? You turned as white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well. This writing, it's my father's.
Oh boy. Oh, Iris misunderstood. Oh no. That's great. That's wonderful. What? Professor Mikotobas? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows, I don't think that they're siblings. I think Iris just misunderstood and is misattributing. Yeah, she didn't know who. Anyway. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all of this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Oh, either that or she does have a sister, half-sister. That's, uh-oh. Please, you have to explain. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible. My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again. Oh my god, and they were friends.
Yes, you're right, in some ways. It actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
prior to his return, well, where was Miss Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, and which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So, Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. Oh boy. Okay. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So, what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
Well, I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madame. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? Passed out on the bed upstairs. Well, we rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. And they were partners. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Miss Susato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you. Oh, is he awake? Oh, he's awake now! How long has he been standing there? To my great partner and friend... oh shoot, oops. To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba. He does look like a Watson. Yeah, he has the hat. I don't know why the hat is so important to that look.
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear, I'm still my old self. Yujin Mikotoba, your father.
Of course.
I mean, Wilson, sorry, you're right. This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in. Hey, what about Iris? I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Wait. Okay, wait, how old is Sholmes? 16 years ago. Oh, wow. 18? He was... Wow, okay. Wait, how old is Mikotoba? 16... So that's... 27? Dang. How old is 10? She's 10. That we know. I didn't mean to click that. He was 18 when he started solving mysteries. Dang. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. Oh yeah, and then 10 years, like, he left 10 years ago from Britain, so... That means they knew each other for 6 years or so?
I just arrived from Japan with Sei Sou and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings, close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price.
Or... I mean, yeah... It could be someone else, though. I don't know. They don't really seem to share many traits. Susato is, 16, if I remember correctly. Oh, was how old? 6. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. And they were flatmates.
That's right, so I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. And was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes. Found himself in a similar situation.
I was a callow fellow back then. A mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I mean, at 18, your frontal lobe isn't fully developed even, so you're not even a full person yet. I'm kidding. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain.
And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years. Had a great many adventures.
But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. Hound of the Baskervilles? The case with which you've become rather familiar yourself. The Professor killings.
After the trial, Sei Sou and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. And as you know, all the details are recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. That is entirely valid, and it is crazy how this is still going. This is just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Good night. So what about Iris?
Father.
Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look!
Oh, she believes that he cheated on her mom. Why is it still continuing? Because they haven't come into an agreement. That's it.
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
And that is?
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father.
Ah, of course, I'd almost forgotten about that one.
I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
I need to know the answer before I go!
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris. And didn't he tell us himself? Detectives are wont to lie.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, Father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you.
Ah! Upon my word, Miss Sato, you are coming along wonderfully as well. You two have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. Oh no, don't imply that that's true. What? Yeah, no, it's not true.
What you've always told me, Father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris.
Ooh, there it is. Susato-san's ice cold stare.
No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated.
Oh no.
I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is.
There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she. No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick, Shulms. Say something, man. He's having fun. He's having a lot of fun. Well, that's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Shulms, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotopa and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. You're just not going to address this?
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? And why can't I fight you?
Anyway, why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your code, Mikotopa. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. Why are you doing this? You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years, and when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And my back hurts, and as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I plunged straight into all this.
Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now.
Why do I feel like I recognize this leitmotif from somewhere? Nah, I'll figure it out. Whoa.
I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. You better have. I trust you. Completely.
Susato.
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Oh, I hear Sholmes' theme in here. Ooh. Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Noromoto, good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. Partners, the game's... You know what? Fair enough.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to
Voice
do
acting
with
jump scare.
myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
End. Wait. End? End? That's... Wait, what? Huh? But I... there was... oh no. That bodes terrible. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Oh no, I'm terrified. Oh no. Okay, cool, great, wonderful. Is anyone even streaming at this hour? They better not be. Oh my god, why are they awake right now? Screw it, sending you to ring. Rin. Sending you over. I'm just gonna... Whoa. Sorry, it's late. It is real late this time, and I should probably hop off. So, thank you guys for watching. I am hyper aware of my speech right now, of how I end these things, but I will be back on Friday, I believe. It should be a normal week. And, only 3 hours, so I can't go over. I do have a hard, cutoff. So... part of the reason why I kind of wanted to dive into this and just wrap up the trial, which didn't happen. Well, kind of did. Anyway. But yeah, I think that is all. So take care. Have a good one. And I'm scared. Man. I'm gonna go and make some French fries or something. Take care, guys. Bye.